Hey guys, welcome to day 31 of Satisfactory 1.0 with the Derps. Myself and Sheridan tonight. We will be continuing the power station build. As promised, we have got the production level up to where it should be. We sorted out that little issue that we ran into with space. Very nice, elegant little solution. And it's all rebuilt and ready to go. So we've just got to build the rest of the facilities. Namely the compactor car, which Sheridan will be working on today. He's got a funky design that he wants to showcase to everyone, so go check that out for sure. But yeah, for right now we'll join in and catch up with him, see what he's doing. Here we go. Hello. Oh, he's not quite there yet.
Hey Derp.
Hola.
Hola. So, we've got a little bit of a project to do today.
Ah, yeah, we won.
Yeah, just a wee one. So we've been working on our new our production setup.
Indeed, we have.
Because we're kind of, just to showcase it, we're kind of slowly working our way through to
Yeah,
the danger zone.
our capacity and max consumption is just a wee bit scoofed.
Yes, pretty much throughout this entire playthrough, I have been regularly monitoring our power situation, and whenever I felt that the max consumption either got too close to production capacity or in essence bypassed it as it has done now, that would be the time to shift focus and start doing some more power. Now, the interesting thing to keep in mind here is even though we're currently maxing out at about 7.5 gigs, 14.4 of those gigs are being produced by 3 coal power plants, all of them running with 64 coal generators. It's still straight up coal, but that is the bulk of our current power production. Now, the remaining 3.5 gigs or so, 3.5 gigs come from a few additional fuel generators that are set up for turbo fuel over at our rubber and plastic factory, as well as a small handful of geothermal generators scattered across the world. So there is a difference there. Not entirely sure why we just had a spike on the power, but it is what it is. Anyway, we're currently consuming about 14 gigs. Something started up again.
Clearly.
Yeah. We're currently consuming at around 14 gigs, which technically speaking leaves us about 3 gigs of idle stuff at the moment. But if we kick everything into gear, or manage to kick everything into gear, then we are going to blow a fuse, because our max consumption has bypassed. Yes. I'm not too worried, if I'm honest, because we do have one advantage in place, which is all the way down here. And that advantage is that we actually have priority switches in place for pretty much all of our builds. And that includes our train network. So because we have all of our individual small factories up in priority grouping, that means if we start bypassing our max production capacity, the priority switches should kick in and start disabling stuff everywhere, depending how much we overload the network, basically. But that was kind of the reason why we shifted focus and started working on the turbo power plant down in the Blue Crater. We still have a ways to go in finishing that project, so let's see if we can find a train and head down there and get cracking. I believe you have some. What was your plan for today? Belting and.
Yeah, I'm going to sort out the output belts for the polymer resin, and then have a look at possibly looking at the internal bit to do with the coal.
Ah, right. Yes.
Once it's come in from your factory.
Yes, and that is the handoff to me. So over the weekend, you fixed up a slight placement issue that we ran into. None of us saw it ahead of time, so it was one of those, oh yeah, of course we'll do that. Why didn't we think of that before?
That's what we get for working like 16 hours straight on a project and just being
Yeah, pretty much. Essentially, it came down to when the generators and refineries, blenders, and all that stuff was placed Friday. We kind of boxed ourselves in and didn't leave enough room for some of the cross piping that needed to be run. And then at the tail end of it, the day after, I think, I reminded myself that, oh, right, there's actually half a foundation left of space in that entire setup. So if we shift everything half a foundation up the line, there should just be sufficient space for those two cross pipes that we needed to set up. And I see a sneaky dragon. Hey, dragon.
They got caught.
You got caught.
And yes, there was exactly just enough room to do exactly what we needed, thankfully.
Yes. So that half foundation was just magic. While Lee was super busy moving everything and getting everything reconnected, I broke my brain 17 times over trying to get the rail path up and over the mountain to the other side to go pick up coal and sulfur, and managed to get all of that built up quite nicely. Actually, I think I'm gonna change the let's see, let's go to Float Valley Works first instead, and then over to Turbo Power. Save that. I'm gonna have to stop this, otherwise it's not gonna go over there. So let's get this stopped. And it's still gonna go. Oh, yeah, the UI for the timetable stuff is somewhat broken. I found out. It's borked. But yeah, let's head over to Float Valley. I don't know if that's the proper name for it. That's what I've called it. But yeah, we also did a bit more beautification over the weekend. Fixed up the bridges, get them to look nice and snazzy. I managed to get the 2 delivery stations set up for delivery of coal and sulfur. They are right over there. And I also managed to get this path built all the way over to on the other side of this mountain range. That's where we are picking up coal, primarily the coal and the last bit of sulfur that we need. So we are loading 2 pure nodes as well as an impure of coal up here. Impure is just behind here. And down the valley here is where I've set up a couple of stations for handling the coal and sulfur coming in. And all of the stuff from here is then brought back to the turbo fuel power plant. And my project today will be setting up 51 assemblers to process all of the sulfur and coal into compacted coal. And then I'm gonna hand the compacted coal off to Lee, so he can use it to turn it fuel into turbo fuel. So that's gonna be interesting, to say the least. Yes, that's gonna be it.
Discovered some very important information to do with how to.
Yes, we learned a bit. Yeah, this is quite an interesting project, to say the least. I've already put the trains into service that will be running the sulfur and coal for us. So, technically speaking, they don't need to run, but it just puts a bit of life on the tracks. So, for now, they're in there. Whoops, that was not my intention. So, train these stuff. Ah! And of course, the game wants me to fly, so you're gonna have to stop the train when you get to the station. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but every now and again the train just decides when I hit Q, default key for opening timetable, it just kicks me. Just leave, run it up to the station.
Holy crap. What the
So,
hell
yeah.
did you guys build here?
This is our new power plant.
You sure about that? Looks like a porcupine went out of the left. Holy that's not a power plant.
Yes, it is. 70 gigawatts, roughly.
Man, that's a explosion of I don't know how to put that one together. Holy crap! Sure they should hire you guys for.
We're working on a small project.
Small?
Small little project.
Not small.
Small. That's right. Small.
Small. Yeah, this is our small
shit.
project.
Not small. People.
I think when we're done with this.
You can run a whole planet on that.
Possibly, though I do suspect.
Each one's like a small town, but if you add them all together, you got a fucking whole planet going here.
Oh yeah. I think by the time we're done with this, I don't remember the exact amount, but I think we ended up with a surplus of was it 67 gigawatts that we end up having surplus.
Yeah, but what do you plan on using
might
it?
have slightly changed since we tweaked the settings last time, so give me
Right, 65 or 67 gigawatts, something like that. That's the surplus output.
For those kiddies who are watching, please don't do this at home. You might not have a brain by the time you left.
That's exactly it. We've broken our brains so many times.
In total,
my brain's already breaking when looking at it. I like the colors though. The color choices.
Yeah, colors are they're basically color coded for what they do. So all the purple ones at the front here, they do heavy oil residue with polymer resin as a byproduct.
That's the reason they're purple.
Yes, all the blenders here are yellow because they blend. Yes, these things.
What the hell? That must be a new one.
They we mix.
Inside, go up to the window. Look inside.
It's just it's vital setup.
Okay. Well, that's cool.
These things we pipe the heavy oil residue into them,
Okay.
mix it with water, and then we get diluted fuel out of them.
And then you take that where to make the fuel?
Then we pump the diluted fuel into refineries, along with, and the recipes are not set, along with compacted coal, and that then outputs turbo fuel. The turbo fuel we then pipe up to a whole bunch of generators
Holy
that
shit.
are all
Man.
overclocked. We decided to overclock all of our generators just to cut down on the sheer amount of them. If we didn't overclock them, we would have to place down 302 or 303 Ds.
Are every one of those overclocked?
Every single one of them.
Apart from,
okay.
I believe it's the on 2 of them, the final generator does not need to be overclocked, but for the majority of them, 99.999% of all of the generators you see are overclocked to 250%.
Yeah.
Okay, here's my question. Where'd you find the slugs?
Oh, we have slugs for days.
A lot out. Well, put it this way.
Oh, no, is that because of the Daggos?
We have just passed the 500-hour mark in the game.
Yeah, but my question is, I mean, to overclock these, you need those slugs, and that's a lot of slugs, folks.
Yes, it is. But
were you using the Daggos to collect them?
Nope.
Lee has been doing a lot of exploring.
Yeah, but
and found a ton of power slugs, but we also have doggos supplying some.
Yeah, so I was going to say, because there's only so many on the map.
Yes.
Yeah, we haven't collected all of them on the map yet.
Wait a minute, how many are on the map?
A lot. But essentially what we've done is, when I did the rebuild of the storage hub, I added in a little auto crafting. So whenever the storage hub receives any of the 3 slugs, it automatically crafts them into power shots and uploads them on the dimensional depot. So right now we've got 500 power shots sitting in here.
You've farmed 500 power shots.
With potentially a whole lot more sitting in the cache, feeding that depot upload. So
what you have to remember is, if I get the sequence right, the blues give us 1 shard.
Yep.
The yellows give us 3 shards.
2.
Yep. And then the purples give you 3.
1, 2, and 5.
And the purples
give 1, 2, and 5. Oh, okay.
Yep.
No, the purples were way up there. Yeah, because I know there's only so many on the maps, man. Like, I'm looking at all of these and going, well, either somebody really had no time on had all the time in the world on their ass looking for those things.
I've done a couple of 2-3 hour exploration stints.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you look at the spot. He's got enough. How many sections you got in there? 6.
We have 6 modules here. The first one is for a 60 oil per minute setup. The next 2 are for 120 oil per minute, and the last 3 are 240s.
But do you have enough room to make them all the same as the first one?
Yes.
Room, yes.
I can see the room.
We planned everything out here before we started building.
Yeah, I know. You want to be sufficient.
Well, we knew we kind of had to because of the sheer size of this. We did all of the calculations before. I mean, long before we even announced the project, we had already done the calculations and tried to see if we could, optimize it a little bit. Part of that optimization was overclocking the generators. Otherwise, this amount here would be 3 times that.
You know what gets me is, it's all that talk going through those thin lines.
Yes. It will be freaking amazing if they don't burn.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. That material must be pretty good, man, because right now, they should all look like, those lines should look like light bulb lines.
Yeah.
Big ass glow.
Yeah. Lee will have a bit of piping and belting to do today. I have to build a compacted coal factory up here.
Wait, this is not running right now?
Nope. All of this is still dead as a doornail. We're still working on the on this entire project. Basically, we've only
So
just
once
gotten
this
all
is
of it
done,
placed.
you won't need power for anything.
We're not gonna need to focus on power for quite a while, hopefully. But keeping in mind,
not needed at all. That's got to be enough power on the planet.
in all honesty, I'm not entirely sure because keeping in mind, we have only gone through tiers 1 through 7. We still have 8 and 9 left to go. And as you know, everything in this game grows exponentially with every tier. So I'm kind of expecting that even though we're adding, 65 or 67 gigawatts to our network with this power plant.
Do you want the numbers?
Yeah.
The question
I have
is,
them to hand. So in overall capacity, this little array in front of us will output 75.555.56 megawatts. Sorry,
gigawatts.
7555.56 megawatts. So 75.
He's going
gigawatts.
mega, but you're saying giga. So which is it, mega or giga?
No, 75 gigawatts.
Yeah, okay, that's better.
75 gigawatts.
But it will consume around between 9 and 9. Between 9 and 9.3 gigawatts. So
yeah. So
and they still haven't built all of it yet, folks. I mean, you can see all the black squares. What do you think is going to go in there? Yeah, they're going to go all the way up to the end, man.
The consumption is everything running. All of the miners, all of the production facility, everything running. So it will consume.
You know the part that's going to get you right off the start. Is actually getting how do you say that, you preload this
Cold boot.
That's going to be fun.
That's easy. We've already figured that out.
All of that is already figured out.
It's still going to take time just to fill it up to start. That's going to be fun to watch.
Let's put it this way. We've already done part of the prep work for that. That happens over here.
Right?
Yeah, temporary. While we were building this up and figuring it out. But essentially, this over here is our primary sulfur supply. From here, we're tapping a pure node as well as a impure node. But we're also tapping these two geothermals. And these two geothermal generators combined produce between 600 and 900 megawatts.
Those are on. I gather those are on
between 2 and 6. So yeah, the two of them.
Between 2 and 6. So
between
4 and 12.
Yes.
Cool.
Between 4 and 12 megawatts, 1200 megawatts. So what we've done is
900 megawatts roughly.
Yeah.
You need a shitload of batteries.
Yes. What we've done is we've added in 10 power storage capacitors.
Yeah, but they got bigger ones, don't they?
Not that I know of.
Or is that okay? That is the biggest one. Okay.
But with these two geotherms and the 10 capacitors, we have sufficient power in this setup as an isolated power supply that we can start up the 60 per minute oil module, which will then output roughly 4.4 gigs, so 4,400 megawatts. With the 60 module up and running, we can then boot load one of the 120 modules. Once the first 120 module is running, we can boot up the second, as well as the first 240 module, because the two 120s and one of the
set them up so that they can run.
The two 120s and one of the 240s will be running together essentially. They take up a pure node each or combined, and the second pure node that of resources we're pulling in is going to go to the last two 240 modules. And all of it, I'm setting it up in such a way that in the building that we have, way down the east end, each module has its own little control board with the switch and instructions on how to go cold boot this power plant up. So by the time we finish building all of this and wiring everything up, it will literally be go through the switch, follow the instructions on the board, and that should then bring all of this online.
The only good thing about this, people, if it fails, it doesn't go boom.
It doesn't go boom, exactly. But yeah, we've pre-planned everything, including when I build the compacted coal factories. I'm taking into account that some of the compacted coal feeding has to be pre-cached, as in we absolutely need a industrial container full of compacted coal as a supply
Storage.
cache.
Yeah. I was just going to say I didn't see any place of storage for caching these things. So you had
No,
like
not
a
yet.
backup. Yeah.
Not yet.
Well,
It's
in thought then, though. That's good.
It's part of what I need to build today. I do have the supply stations in. I've started building up a bit of the equal distribution for making sure that we get things evenly distributed when unloading from the trains, so we can actually handle the material coming
Question: when the material comes in, you gonna have storage for that material, so you have an overflow? Yeah, excellent.
Yes.
Excellent.
I'm gonna set up down here underneath the stations. I've already set up. Thanks and shout out to Total Eclipse for his 4-4 balancer. These ensure that when 2 of those freight platforms are being unloaded, we get equal distribution out on 4 belts. So if only 1 car has items in it, we're still going to get them divided over 4 belts. I then need to distribute these.
Yeah. Cool.
I then need to distribute these again to make absolutely certain that the 8 lines I get out of this, which will be fed into 4 industrial containers, actually get equally distributed between them, so we have proper material everywhere. And then I'm going to set those up as essentially import caches that supply the compacted coal production. And likewise for supplying the compacted coal to the modules, the generator modules, I'm going to set up individual separate compacted coal caches that we absolutely must fill up before we start up the module.
Cache. You got to preload everything.
Yeah. That cache will then ensure that we have sufficient production and supply to boot up a module and get it online and running without, risking running out of things.
Well, it's not going to be. Yeah, you're preloaded, man.
Yeah, it's not going to be a huge issue. It's not going to be a huge issue in terms of the 120 and 240 modules because they all rely on pure nodes. Which each set of pure nodes is going to take 24 assemblers to do the sufficient amounts of compacted coal, but the modules combined consume slightly less than the output. So some of that output I'm going to route back into the 60 module because technically speaking we will be undersupplying the 60 module because we're essentially saving a bit of power by kickstarting it with the capacitor for startups. Technically speaking, we need close to 700 megawatts to boot up the 660 module. But we don't have that consistently out of those 2 geotherms. That's why we have the power storage to cache. Likewise, in terms of the compacted coal for the turbo fuel production, we're going to use an industrial container to pre-cache it, pre-cache sufficient amounts of compacted coal such that we can boot up the module and stabilize it without running out of compacted coal, hopefully. And once we have it online and stabilized, we can then use the 60 module combined with the geotherms to boot up the 120. that then also includes firing up miners for one pure coal node and one pure sulfur node, which will then be able to supply both of the 120s and one of the 240s combined. So technically speaking, once we're past booting up the 60 module, next step is booting up 3 additional modules. Once we have them online, we can then boot up the final 2 modules, which take the final 2 pure nodes, and then we have a surplus of compacted coal, which we're going to direct into some additional coal power generators, just to make good use of the surplus compacted coal. And all of the polymer resin. Exactly. And all of the polymer resin that we're going to get out of this, about 680 a minute. To begin with, we're just going to sink it because we don't have an accepting infrastructure to handle it yet. But the plan is that we will be exporting that those 680 polymer resin coming out of this place. We're going to export it up to our rubber and plastic factory and then expand that using the polymer resin from here.
Yeah,
so we can
they're
get some more.
not using belts, folks. They're using trains.
We're using trains.
Yeah, don't do what the dragon does. He belts everything. Yeah, how long's your belt? Oh, about 40 miles.
Oh, 600 miles. But yeah, we're
look at the map. Yeah, it could be. How fast is it going? Well, let's just put it this way: you can't run that fast.
No. But yeah, we've got a bit of a project going on today.
Yeah, well, see, mine wasn't neat. Mine was a spaghetti highway, man. Just like if it worked, that was good for me.
Oh yeah.
Well, what do you do when you get an overflow? See them 50 boxes over there?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's where it goes.
But yeah,
and there's a sink over there for the, if I had to get way overflow. You know, sinks come in handy. Even if you can't spend it at the end because you've already bought everything, at least they make you get tickets.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a project going on still. I need to put up 51 assemblers, and I have a plan to make it look cool.
Yeah, well, at least my brain ain't have to work on that. I haven't heard enough time in that other game, and trust me, that one's really a mind bugger too.
Oh yeah, don't I know it?
Oh, the new land that we're in. Holy crap! Now we're dealing with temperatures now. You have to have certain wares and certain items to keep you warm or cold, depending on where you are on this second part of the map. Holy crapito, man! I've already died
sounds complicated.
4 times in that game, and I've only been on 2 days.
So I need an area of 19 by 10 foundations. So technically speaking, I could push this back by 5. Problem then is, will I conflict with these thingamajiggies over here?
Yeah, too bad we can't take those down, eh?
No.
Throw a few bombs at them and they're out of there.
Yeah, it kind of would be nice if we could get rid of that one, but
you know what they should do? They should have some type of bot that we can build right that removes that stuff.
Yeah.
That would be cool, or some type of device, like some type of machine that we come up there, and this machine's got arms or something like that, and it just chops the crap out of it. More energy.
This could actually work nicely. So let's see how far out.
Oh, unless they're petrified, then you get your stone.
Yeah. Let's get out here to about here-ish. I kind of would like a few foundations between this module and the next one. So let's see if we can do this. That's 10. Let's see.
You know what really gets me in this game? I like the way when you start putting stuff, it's defying gravity.
Yes. So there.
Yeah, so don't try this in the real world, folks. Because that first step, well, it will be a Lulu.
It will be a very Lulu.
Yeah, and then that sudden stop at the edge. That one's deadly.
That's pretty perfect right there.
Wow, yeah, you couldn't have banged that any more better if you tried.
Wow, that's just perfect placement. Right. Okay, I need
Yeah,
9
but now it's at
this
the
way.
right height, because I know it's not. If you're gonna put a platform right across the top of that, it won't work.
Well, my thinking is I would like to have the bottom layer of the assemblers sit at this level.
And then feed down.
And then, let's see, that's gonna be 1, 2, 3, so 3 foundations underneath, or 3 wall heights underneath this is where the very bottom of the design is.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm also going to put a, effectively a huge foundation underneath it as part of the build, because I need a place to put all of the ugly logistics, and all of that ugly logistics is going to go down there.
The spaghetti highway. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you never see that in this game, folks. Why? It hides it.
See, if Dragon, if you go in video game discussions on Discord, you can see a preview of what I'm about to build. I did a test setup earlier today, just to see if I could make this work, and yeah, this is gonna be interesting. I'll say that.
But, I mean, just see this power unit. Don't try this in real life. If any engineers are out there thinking of doing this in real life, yeah, I think twice.
Real life, definitely need OSHA involved in that because this can very easily blow up in real life. That's for sure.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, I mean, essentially.
I see that. I see he just clicked over there. You see how many of those units are there? Yeah, that's enough power there for at least one continent for sure.
It's gonna be a small little project, that's for sure. So
with a capital S, small.
This is roughly the area that I'm gonna be building in, and then I'm gonna do a drop down and cut across, because I actually need to run the compacted coal in through essentially this module, or this section over here.
Yeah, down.
So this entire section of refineries here, those are the ones that need the compacted coal. So
that looks cool from here. Just to see, it's a city of power.
Oh yes.
That's all it is. It's a city of power, nothing else. Besides these 3, besides, what is it, 4 of us in here these days? Yeah, the 4 of it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to get the compacted coal pushed in about here. But with what I have in mind building here, I don't quite have enough assemblers just in these 2 sections. So in the middle, in between 2 of those sections, I'm gonna put up the last 3 assemblers that I'm gonna be needing for this project, and then I'm gonna make use of the foundation beneath to run the belts over and into the side down here somewhere, just so we can get the coal over there and then distribute it between all the refineries. So there's going to be a little bit of a small amount of equal distribution belt setup stuff being done underneath the floor. So that's why we have this logistics floor underneath, just so we can actually fit things in here, because we actually did a little bit of a mind play with this entire setup without being overclocked, all that stuff. We would basically need this entire biome times 2 to set it up. So and we didn't really want to stack things if we could avoid it.
What if there's a Guinness Book of Records for this game of how many damn power units you put up? I've seen a lot of different people's stuff, but man, the ones that are being built right now, and yeah, mind blowing.
It's a bit interesting. Let me actually.
It's over the top, folks.
There it is. Yes.
It's actually cool as fuck.
So what does this go under? Production, maybe? Yeah, we'll put it down there.
Well, they've changed the way that looks now. Yeah, they got better pictures now in there, eh?
There we go. So this blueprint is
Oh,
part of what I'm gonna say. Yes.
Ah, okay.
These are blueprints, and this blueprint is part of what I'm going to set up today.
Well, that just saved you about half the time.
Well, it will save me some time, but I still have to set up the initial structure for it, and that's gonna be a little bit iffy to do. So I'm gonna call in a little bit of help from a few choice build components, and that will then help me get these into the right positions.
Yeah, I was going to say,
the plan is
trying to do this. Oh, that's for the.
This is for the for making the compactor core. So each of these has 2 assemblers, and what I'm gonna do is one of these squares. I'm gonna set up these assemblers with this blueprint. Where did I put it here?
Yeah.
No, not that one.
It's the other one.
It's the other one. This one.
That one, yeah.
I'm gonna set up this blueprint, but then I'm gonna do set them up in a half circle arch with 12 of these blueprints pasted into an arch. That'll give me 24 assemblers. Yeah, how do I do that? That's what I'm about to.
Most of the things here are square.
Yes. And that's the part that I need to do first. I need to build up the arch positions for these, and then place down placement foundations so I can actually put them where they need to go. And then I can paste these blueprints in on top of those foundations afterwards, and then, you know, tear down the scaffolding and beautify it, and we're good to go. But because all of this essentially ends up on weird angles, that's going to be a bit difficult, you know, to get the belting to look decent. It's actually close to impossible to get it to look decent with off angles like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in a bit of wall behind them, where I can run the belts up and down as needed. And then in the logistics floor underneath this entire arch setup, that's where I'm going to do the equal distribution, merging all the belts together, splitting them and all that stuff, so we can get them at the angles, but without them looking like absolute utter crap. So
that's why you hide them, folks. It is still Spaghetti Highway down there, but it's more not like
it looks better.
It's more organized than mine. It's still a Spaghetti Highway with organization.
There's a bit of organization to it, yeah.
Where my noodles are all over the place.
So first and foremost, I do have a little bit of an issue out here because I don't have any power. So that means I can't fly.
Oh, I mean for flying in that?
Yes. I don't have any power out here yet. So I need to set that up. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to fly.
Yeah.
So I'm going to add in. I'll be doing the whole ketchup dance thingy, which is
you'll be undefined gravity. You'll be going.
Yes.
Oops, he missed that first step. Sorry, Charlie.
Oops. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 5.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let you guys be because I know that's gonna be one mining bed, and I'm gonna go screw up my mine on that other game too. So,
sounds like a good plan, Dragon.
You know, it's funny. When we got to the new part of they're opening the whole map in sections, like season by season. This new map, man, holy crap! I've been dead 4 times, and I've only, like I said, only been on her since yesterday. And it's only because the bison in that game, they'll run you over.
Oh.
And when you're starting, like each season starts you back at 0 again. So you got to work your characters up. But cool things, all your blueprints travel with you. So you can make, once you get the changes, make your armors and stuff as they go. But boy, and there's certain elements in there too that will kill you. Like they got these stones that you have to blow them up with Molotov cocktails and stuff to melt them out to get the material within it. If you get too close to them, they'll kill you. It's funny because this is a PvE game, part of the game, okay? And the environment will get you. I kid you not. If you can keep it, excuse me, pardon me. Yeah, I've seen games where you have that problem where you got to keep your temperature warm or cool to counterbalance what the temperature is outside.
Yeah.
Well, this game puts it on a whole new level. So yeah, fun as hell though. Can't get enough of that.
So 19 minus 1 is 18 divided by 2, that's 9. 9. So that means that foundation is my middle point.
Okay.
Middle point, I need to build up an arch. I do kind of want to see if I can, or actually I need to lower this by 2 foundations, 2 wall heights. So,
I got the Nick's not on for tonight?
No, he usually only joins on Fridays.
Okay.
Life is keeping him pretty busy.
Well, like they say, man, life first, everything else next.
Oh yes.
It's a mosquito.
So
speaking of life, I only woke up about an hour ago. Oh no, I stayed up till like 8 o'clock in the morning. No, tomorrow. Oh, for those who are keeping in track of this, Elon shoots off another rocket tomorrow, and it'll be tomorrow evening. Sorry, afternoon. Something like that, 5 o'clock. Yeah, he's doing it so that when the starship itself comes back to attempt its landing again, but this time in the water again still, but they want to see it in the daylight instead of nightlight. That's why they're doing it at a different time.
Nice.
So you'll get 2 daylight shots. Both the booster taking the rocket up and coming back on, and it's hopefully coming back to the chopsticks.
Yeah.
I love that, man. It's like, no, it's big hand, it's pinching you. Chopsticks. But it worked. So anyhow, but they're what they're trying to do is they want to make sure that when they bring the rocket back, that that's if you haven't watched it, they've taken off a bunch of tiles on either side of the rocket, because when they go to clap those hands, they don't want to tear off tiles. You know what I mean? They want to be able to catch that thing and then send it back up. So what they're doing is they're experimenting with this one to find out how far back they can bring the tiles, so that they can grab that sucker when it comes down.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So in this one, they're also going to restart one of the Raptor engines while it's in orbit to see if that to see if it actually does, because they need to do all these things.
They definitely do.
Yeah, it's RNG, folks. You know, if you don't test it, you'll never know if it'll break. And I love the way he thinks too, because NASA's, oh no, we can't afford it to break, man. Yeah, but what happens when you take that sucker up and you didn't test the parts properly?
Exactly.
Goodbye. Well, that's what's happened to they spent billions of dollars in this last the rocket there that they were trying to Artemis there, and they were going to send these guys up to go up to the moon and stuff like that. That rocket leaks. It's got. I mean, they should have gone back to the Saturn V technology. You know.
It worked, but it was frickin' expensive. That was the biggest issue with it. That was
just the bloated, bureaucracy. But yeah, and it also was only a one-time use too.
Yes.
Which, that's my hats off to Elon for that one.
You asked how I'm going to achieve the arch rounding setup.
Oh, okay, I see it.
So what I'm doing right now is setting up my fixed point for doing the arch.
The fix it point.
Yes. So the initial fixed point is then going to be this beam right here, and I'm going to be attaching to the bottom of it like this, and set out my first fixed point right there. Then I actually somehow need some extra power out here, so just for that I'm gonna zoom a few of these out, because I do need power so I can still fly. Power is here. Like,
yeah, this planet does have gravity, folks. He's not defying it.
Yes.
He's flying it.
There we go. So this beam is now my initial startup fixed point. So I'm gonna put a foundation here, attached to the beam, and then do a little bit of placement trickery with it, because I actually need to get the perfect arch that I need here. I'm gonna run these beams from that fixed point out 40 meters every time. That'll give me the distance I need between each platform, so the assemblers can actually be placed there without them encroaching on each other's space. And part of getting that working is then going across here to this fixed point. I did a lot of testing in a creative world to figure out these angles.
Yeah, I would think you would have had to, man, because there's no way you're experimenting with that right now.
Well,
That's
I
cool,
mean,
though.
I could just as well have done it here, but you know, it just takes longer, and I would rather have some progression happening than you know, stuff just being a lot of time spent doing essentially nothing. So now I have these two as my attachment points, so I can now go back here, grab that beam, and then attach it and switch it to free mode. In freeform, I now have the freedom to attach the end of the beam here. That's one fixed point. Then I grab the other one right there and grab this fixed point. And I can then get rid of these two, grab that foundation, and I now have the first two platforms placed right here. And these are now at the angle I need them to be with the proper distance, which then allows me to grab the next fixed point. So to get that, attaching these to the side, getting rid of these, and then
do it again.
Rinse and repeat. This time it's going to be different though, because I have to attach the fixed point to this foundation. But in my experiments, yes, in my experiments, I figured out that if I place the beam here, that's going to give me the exact same distance between this foundation and the next one over as I have between these two.
Roger that.
So grab the other one and pull that out to exactly the same spot as this one, except mirrored, so on the other side here. It's right there. Then I can get rid of that.
And replace the other one.
This guy, put that one in, soup it out, which I didn't do there. And I now have roughly just about the same distance between those two foundations as I have between these two. Rinse and repeat on the other side.
Well, this is going to be cool.
There we go. And get rid of these. That's 4 of them done.
Hey, now I got, you know, if you keep doing that, and you made that like in a circle, right? You could, what do you call it? Put a tower up there and to get the sun to tell you what time it is.
Yeah, sundial.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the rest from here is literally just rinse and repeat.
Sorry, I couldn't resist that one. Just looking, they almost look like a sundial. Too bad there's no sun that can actually give you the shadow that you want.
Technically speaking, I could.
Yeah, but the game,
the
does
game
it actually shadow it?
Yeah, it does.
It does.
Yeah, it casts shadows. You can see.
Oh yeah. I see them down there.
Yep.
No, yeah, you know, we should make a big ass sundial in there. Just to screw people. What's that? And, you know, no, it's a sundial. It does it with time. Sorry, folks. I just smoked one.
But yeah, this is what I came up with
That's cool as hell, man.
Template building. It takes a little while to set it up, but once I have it set up, what I can then do is when I extend these platforms a bit further, I can then paste the blueprint on top of these platforms, and that then
You've already made the part that sits on this.
Yes.
As far as you didn't make this too as a blueprint.
I can't. It's too big. Blueprint designer isn't big enough.
Yeah, you'd think they would have gave us they would have set us up with a way to make bigger blueprints.
I mean, we have the Mark 1 is a 4x4 foundation, the Mark 2 is a 5x5, and the Mark 3 is a 6x6. But we don't
right. You got to do by scaffolding.
We don't get the Mark 3 until somewhere in basically in the next the final tier of the game, which is kind of.
That's what it is. Okay.
It's absolute crap that they've put it up there because we definitely need it before.
Yeah, because they could have put a fourth one, you know, a bigger one for up there.
Yeah.
I guess they weren't expecting you to come along.
Even the 6x6 is not big enough for a lot of these builds and designs. Problem is. Yeah. That would be the optimal way of doing it, definitely.
Oh, that's exactly what they need. It's like your instrument scans it as a hologram, and in it go saved.
Yeah, that would be freaking awesome. Oh shoot, I need to get the new platforms up here. There.
Yeah, it can be hard to put it out and not see the platform.
There.
This is cool, folks. He's actually making a dial up here.
So this one gone. Put that in place.
Oh, you know what was really cool? Turn it into a clock. Have some way to, as so much time goes by, something does something on each platform. That would be cool.
Yeah. See, the one thing that I dislike the most about Satisfactory is that it doesn't have any kind of logic in the game whatsoever.
Yeah.
For a game that's inspired by Factorio, which does have very complex and very pleasant to work with logic, it kind of pains me that they didn't put logic in this game. But you know, you can only get so much, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. The final thing to do is to map out the straight pieces, which is just back in default mode. To 40 meters, and then hook those up. These will essentially just be the end pieces of the arch. But for reference and placement, I do add them in. They will not contain anything per se, but I'll need them to get the last bit of it done. So now I have the curves more or less perfectly in place. What I need to do now is actually extend these by a little bit. Otherwise I won't be able to get the blueprint in. Just gonna extend these like such. This is the bottom of the build. These extended a little bit further. There. Then I can grab the blueprint. Luas el printas bananas. And this is my first one, so this one goes right there. Like. Next one goes right here. Here. And I am now heavily draining our resources.
Okay, get it.
But you kind of get the picture, right?
Oh hell yeah! Oh, that is so cool. I like it, man. I like it. That's cool.
It's
I hope the devs see this, man. This will drive them nuts. How did you do that? You just showed you, Charlie.
but a lot of what I've been doing is kind of child's play compared to some of the other builders
I've
in
seen
the
the
Satisfactory community. There are some very epic builders and designers in this community, that's for sure. I'm essentially a beginner compared to them.
Yeah, but this is a good start.
I'm still getting some cool effects out of things, so I'm happy with what I can accomplish.
Yeah, it's this part I like. The stuff that he's experimentally with.
Yeah.
That is cool.
And then I'm going to close up the spaces between them, so it becomes a fully walled arch the entire way.
Oh, that'd be cool too.
And do a little bit extra decoration and things.
Yeah, no, folks, they're
Make it
not
look good.
floating. They're floating. There's anti-gravity in the material.
Yes, we'll go with that for sure.
That's what I thought. If there's kids watching, yeah, it's anti-gravity, folks. Material's lighter than feathers. It floats.
Yeah. I mean, there's still
I like that.
whole.
Is that a belt going underneath?
Yes,
Oh, that's cool.
that's the output. So
Yeah,
that's where
but it's the way it
compacted
arches
pulp
down,
will come
comes
out.
down. That is freaking cool. Hell yeah.
Yeah. We're
And
accomplishing a few things here.
You know, I just like the way it's set up. That and the way you put some walls in there too to complement it, and you got things there to help hang it from the roof or the ceiling or whatever you want to call that. That is cool as heck, man.
It'll be even cooler when it's done.
Yeah, but what a good start though.
This is the start of it. So this now has. Get rid of that.
I might
this
actually
now
steal
has,
this idea off you. You know that, eh?
Yeah, go for it.
You know, for the Xmas coming up.
So for this, I mean, when you decide to come back on, all of these blueprints that we're using, they will be available to you. They're all here. Every last bit of them. So we've got things for logistics belts and sorters, and the entire storage hub internals is here. All of our bridges and such for trains and highways and all that stuff is in here. Production pre-setups, as an example. Here is a complete concrete factory setup for accepting 120 in. So you just stuff 120 per minute limestone into this, and you get the concrete out.
I get the only thing in the blueprints that have to change is what was in the. Yes, when you do the Xmas thing, you don't have the regular materials going through. You need the trees in order to make material. And holy crap, I love doing that system. I made people's brain go when I did that.
Another thing that I've put in here, for build purposes, here is a 5x5 foundation concrete setup, blueprinted, ready to go. So all you really gotta do is just plonk it down,
and away you go. Build away.
Got yourself 5x5 foundations.
Nice.
Makes it a hell of a lot easier to set up a big area.
Yeah.
Because you can just, you know, blueprint run it, and the blueprint stuff is still fucked up. They really need to fix this. Because the only way that I can now get rid of them is literally do something stupid like this.
And do it
And
again.
even then, I can't even get rid of it, so they're stuck there. And half the time, I don't know if anything I place inside this will eventually get deleted, but
Or
they need to fix it.
You can do it. Yeah.
But yeah, all of our blueprints in here, they'll all be available to you.
Excellent, man. Because the heart. Well, see, I'm just trying to think of how I want to set that up so at the end of it, you got all these. They're not nukes, folks. They're just giant fireworks. And I mean giant. They make fireworks look like dust.
Oh yeah.
Only an Xmas. Yeah, this is a beauty. I like this setup right here. This would be the perfect one to set up the Xmas with. Just because it would all feed into, like, eventually feed into the rockets. You'd have to send things around and stuff like that. Wow, you got me going now. My
Just
brain's
keep
already
one.
starting to hurt.
Just keep one thing in mind, Dragon. They are currently working heavily on an improved version of Fixmas, so things may very well be very different from what you remember.
That's okay. Hey, if it's new, I'm all in too.
Yeah, I'm
There's
just
nothing wrong with
letting
new
you know,
stuff, man.
because they have announced that they are working on proper Fixmas this year, so we may be getting another update just before December 1st. That contains all of the Fixmas stuff. So currently I have no clue what they've got planned.
Let's see.
They have something planned. That's for sure.
Yeah, they already stated that. Yeah, I saw that in the what was it, the place that they put it in? The community pages or something like that.
Yeah.
But they also did a video on it too, stating that one of their videos that they were putting out, like what was coming out in the future, they did mention that it was going to be worked on.
Yeah, they ran their new community blog, The Spill, a while ago, where they explained a lot of the stuff, and, you know, reviews and whatnot. But yeah, there are massive changes coming to the whole Fixmas concept. So it'll definitely be interesting to see what they come up with. Make it a little more interesting. Oh shoot, that one isn't placed right. Okay, I need to rebuild that. Like. Question then is, can I do that? I probably can't without running these out again. So let's see. Las el 40 mañanas. You to sit there. But then of course the hand is in the way. Like, I think I'd better check the other ones, make sure that I have actually placed them in the correct positions.
Oh, there's an update. I'm gonna grab it.
Just one of them was off. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Right,
just
so
I just got a patch.
this bit that I'm doing now is to give me some kind of foundation to build the in between all sections. So these beams are going to do that for me. Because with these in place, I can then put a wall on top of them, basically. So that will then let me align things properly to it. Or at least relatively speaking.
Nice tricks to have, though.
Yes.
Yeah, I like it. I mean,
I have to give credit where credit is due. So shout out to a lot of different YouTubers. Bits is one of them. Kylo Builds is another. Total Eclipse. Games from Scratch. These guys have been instrumental in teaching me how to make the most of the tools available to us in the game. Without some of their tutorial videos, I wouldn't have the first clue on how to do any of this stuff.
I'm liking the way he's doing this. That is very cool.
So with these in place, I can now grab a wall, put that on top. Now it's gonna be hard to see on stream, but this wall is a little bit offset. So what I need to do is lock the hologram and then nudge it one little space off to the side.
One tick.
One tick. That then gives me.
Oh yeah. See that? Yeah.
So I can get it properly in place.
Oh man, you just gave me a wicked idea.
And get it all the way up. What I am then going to do is I'm going to get rid of these. That one, two. Keep these two. Get rid of that.
Copy that.
Because I want to replicate the pillars that I put here. This one I can't get rid of yet because I need this wall to serve as a snap point for a foundation.
The reference point
here. So
Guys,
now I have a foundation on the back wall here.
Yeah. So now you can make that.
So now I can get rid of this, and this then also acts as the opposing snap point, so I can get my ramp down and close up that space. And then I can go grab these guys. Oink. So these then I need to snap these. Yes, these I can then snap onto the walls here. Let's see, I'm just gonna make sure that I have it in the right position, like right there, and that's the first one. To suit that, so I can get it right there. Grab the next one, get that in position. Yoink.
You template that?
I could have templated these, yes, but
that might have made this way faster for you.
Yes. I'm probably gonna go template these over in the designer we've got over here, just to make sure that I just want to make sure that I get the pattern right.
Work. Yeah, that's work. Yeah. I like it, man. That's cool.
Here I can snap another foundation on and continue these.
Man, I'm glad I stuck around for this.
Some of the building tips that I've learned from these other YouTubers. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do any of this stuff because I had no clue how to do it. I've seen people build so many cool things and never knew how they accomplished them with just the vanilla stuff. But
I know.
This adds a little bit of extra texture to the wall. So.
That is beautiful. No, I like that. You just gave me like the wickedest idea for Xmas. I would like it.
Yeah, I have a bit of work to do still. Let's see, these are 5. All of these, they are 4. Biggest issue I have right now is I can't do this in a full setup because I need the Mark III blueprint designer for this. Simply because this is too tall.
Question: that Mark III, how close are we to getting it then?
2 tiers away.
Oh, it's the last tier?
It's in the last tier.
That sucks, the big pickle.
Yes, it does. It absolutely sucks.
It should have been in this. It should have been in this one.
What I've done is I created a single-player creative world. And went and did the test and experimentation for this setup in that world.
You have to do that, yeah.
And that's why I was able to use the Mark III blueprint designer to create these modules, and then I imported the blueprints onto the dedicated server, so I could use them here in game and paste them in. So that's a way to, you know, bypass things and get the proper-sized blueprint designer ahead of time. It is cheating, yes.
It works. Wow.
With this,
something this big, you need it.
I needed it. I absolutely needed it, because doing these in double modules and lining them up this way, that would have been a bit of a hell to go through.
Well, not only that, you couldn't do it. You would be. Oh man, can you imagine trying to do this one piece at a time?
Oh, I did the original setup one piece at a time.
Yeah, I know, but that's just one section. Now, times how many times you got to do it here? Yeah.
Yeah. I did this. I did this entire arch in my test setup by hand, exactly like you see it here, with the exception of the belts. I didn't run the belts on the test setup, but I built all of that by hand, one piece at a time.
And how long did it take?
In the test world, 20 minutes.
What?
Once I had the curve down in place, it doesn't take all that long to build a single one of these modules. It's really, really simple. I'll do it with the plain pieces here.
It's okay. It's okay. No, we can see it down there.
Bottom one starts off with a single conveyor wall hole.
Yeah.
Next one, 4 pieces up. And autosave engaged. Then it's a double wall hole with a single wall hole on top. Another 4. It's a double one at the very top. And that's it.
That is, okay. And then you set everything on from there.
Yes.
Yeah.
The platforms that hold the assemblers goes out from the wall piece above the single with a 2-meter foundation. That, and then 2 1-meter foundations like this. And then it is literally rinse and repeat up here.
Well, that's how you got the arch on the bottom, right?
So
like
that's
that. Sneaky. I like that.
And 2 foundations there. Next bit is literally just an inverted ramp underneath here, like that. And
that one.
And a 1-meter ramp down here.
Yeah.
And the same thing down here.
That's how you got the arch for the. Okay.
And then the 2-meter here. And that is literally the entire foundation done.
Sweet.
Past that, let's retexture it to concrete. Go and that was the wrong menu. Retexture these like that.
You're done. Set it up the way you want.
That's it. What I then did was I added an extra foundation back here. Got rid of those 3, and then I used the concrete pillar. Lined it up on the very corner of the foundation like this. Hold hologram, then control move the pillar 1 space. Zoom it up. Rinse and repeat for the next one. Move it up.
That's cool.
And zoom it up. And the final one. And that's how I got that in place.
Yeah.
And then you just grab the assembler, put it up here, right there, and another one on top. So as you can see, it doesn't take all that long to build a single module. But
and you don't even need to use those modules. You could use the different modules in there too. That's the setup. That's sweet.
So it's not a particularly difficult individual module to set up per se.
Not at all.
It doesn't take all that long to build it, but I mean, if you can squeeze down the time a little bit by blueprinting it, that's the way to go. Because you know, at the end of the day, I still have to build 12 of these modules on each of these arches, and I'm building 2 of those arches, so it's gonna take some time. And the blueprinting just helps me get that accomplished a little quicker.
You know, for folks who do watch this, what he just showed me, and then how do you, if you had to do these each one at a time like that, you can imagine how much time it would take. You still had to put the conveyor belts underneath it and stuff like that. But yeah, blueprints. Yeah, they should have a way where they should have one of those machines that they have out there where you can make it to any size you want.
I mean, ideally, they would rip off Factorio and literally let us use the dismantle gun to select things, or do a blueprint gun that works same way as the dismantle gun does.
Gun. Yeah, you just copy the whole thing from the gun, yeah.
Let us select everything same way we do with the dismantle gun, multi-select things, and whatever is selected then gets put into the blueprint. That would be ideal. That's much closer to how Factorio does it. In my opinion, that's how they should have done it. Instead of these stupid, super limited blueprint designers.
When it does that too. I know a few other games that actually do that, where you can highlight what you built and then pop.
Just makes it so much easier and more flexible.
The game I play, you can do the same thing. You can copy whatever you want off the buildings and stuff, and make a blueprint of them.
Just makes it so much easier.
I like this. This build's nice.
You're gonna love it even more when I'm done with it.
I'm bad. If you like this, wait till it's done. I can't. Try again once and see it now.
It's probably gonna take me an hour.
Patience.
Probably gonna take me a couple of hours to finish this.
No, because this piece right here just gave me some serious ideas for Xmas.
Yeah, I mean, if you can wrangle the game into doing what you want it to, you can do some pretty amazing stuff with it. That's for sure. But you know, you have to be willing to take the time and experiment and learn the intricacies of how the build system actually works to be able to do all these weird things.
In other words, it's called screwing with the system.
Yeah, basically. I mean, a lot of what we've done here is
because you're only limited to what you got, you know. So you gotta find. It's like give you an example. If anybody's played any of the roller coaster tycoons, same thing there. If you watch the creators of that, they use things you wouldn't think would work for other things, and that's the whole idea.
Yeah.
This object here has 50 ways to summer, man. What about that one? 3. But it's got 3. You know, it's like a dual-use item, man. It does 2 things, man. It lights stuff up, yeah, but it also burns it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a little bit more to do, and we can take a look from the other side. It's gonna look way different now that I've put these in. But,
oh man, I got a. Next time we're offline, ask me the question why this intrigued me. And I'll explain to what's going through this dragon's mind. Look at it.
Yeah.
Dragons got thing. Oh, that is cool. Oh wow.
What a difference, huh?
Light it up. Light it up.
I wish I could, but I don't have the infrastructure to run it just yet.
You gotta give this a color scheme, man. I mean, it looks cool with the the silo looking part, but this is an amazing setup, man. I mean, not like a whole bright color thing, but some type of quite honestly, those gaps that you that are just wall up there, I put glass up there just to show this off. Or unless you're gonna do that to the front part, have a big wall of glass, you know, so when you look in, it's like,
Oh, this is gonna stay open like this is now.
oh, okay.
This
Open
entire
air.
thing is gonna stay open. I'm gonna put a 2 foundation wide wall behind all of this. So the foundations that I have on the
That's
bottoms here,
piping.
they're gonna stay, and then I'm gonna put walls on the back side of it here, all the way up. So it's gonna end up being something akin to this, and then I'm gonna put some kind of top on here to close it off, and then it's just gonna stay like this.
Ah, that's cool.
So all of this is gonna be completely open, exactly like it is right now, with them set up like this. So.
Here's my. Oh wait, can I? Can you go up a little bit? I should have gone on. Oh, okay. Okay. My question is, where are you gonna put all the poles? Not true that.
Oh, the power?
I can see all the connections, but you can't connect one to the other. Like some games you can. So how do you pull it? How do you hydro it?
The power connections?
Yeah, like I see the.
Gonna do something like this.
They automatically go to the. Okay, gotcha.
I'm gonna run them in like this, and then.
Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. Yeah. Okay. And then one on the backside.
That'll be what, the second one in. So then I'm just gonna put one on the other side here. Connect that plug to this plug, because then they connect through that.
Well, you know, it's funny.
And then I can run the power on the inside and hide it away so it doesn't look too ugly.
Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure. See, in the game I have, that same plug that they, believe it or not, a lot of games have the same things. For hydros, you know, when it comes to those, look very similar. Anyhow, it has a two-sided one. One on one, and then it'll stick on one side of the wall, and one will stick on the other side of the wall. So you actually get to plug it right through. Eh? Pretty cool.
Yeah, and we can do the same thing with the double plugs
Single
here.
walls. Yeah. There
we can
it
do
is.
that with a single wall piece, but because I'm using those concrete pillars there, I can't really use that one. So I'm gonna have to cheat and use the regular wall plug on one side, and then the same wall plug on the other side of
and then feed it
the
through
concrete
it.
pillar. And then I just connect them through, so they essentially clip through the concrete block like this. Yes.
Don't ask how we know how we do that, folks. There's a mechanic in there that drills a hole.
Yes.
He's tiny, man. He's like one of these little what do they call them? An amoebas, or we're going around point drills.
Oh yeah.
Or no, nanobots. That's what it is. It's nanobots.
Oh yes, absolutely it is.
In the cable, man. Yeah, it just you can pass it right through, and the nanobots will just make Can you imagine doing that? Having an actual power lines that you want to stick through your wall. You take the lines from one end, and you just hit the wall with it, and it just goes right through. And you're going, how does it do that? Oh, nanobots, man.
Nanobots, definitely nanobots. It's gotta be nanobots all the way.
Yeah. What are they doing? Oh, they're moving the particles around so they get through.
That's the story I'm sticking to.
Yeah,
yes.
me too. Micro nanobots. The bots that make the bots. Boy, that would be nasty.
Macrobots. It's macrobots all the way.
Macrobots for the win.
Yeah, we can do a few cool things here.
Well, okay.
Use a few tricks.
I'm gonna let you guys go, so it's gonna have to.
Alrighty, Dragon. Thanks for stopping by.
Give me a second here. Well, hey, shenanigans all the way. Gotta love it.
Shenanigans all the way. And hopefully a couple of cool builds.
Yeah, well, like I said, and with seriousness too, folks. Like,
When we need to be.
my brain's already hurting watching this. Not only that, thank God he's making plans for it, so that I might be able to steal part of this.
You can steal whatever you like, Dragon. I can't exactly claim copyright on any of this, so... If it's of use to you, awesome.
Well, no, I love the way you did whoever did this. Hats off to them, just for making that, like, this horseshoe to make a circle like that. That has, like, big time potential.
There are some pretty cool tricks to doing circles and curves and whatnot in the game. There are a lot of different ways of doing them. None of them are, you know, super easy to do. It takes a bit of practice to get curves set up properly so they look good. Part of what I'm facing now is the backside here. As you can see, there is now a gap between the foundations here that I have to compensate for when I do the outer wall back here. So I'm gonna need to do a little bit of fiddling around with the wall pieces so I can compensate for those gaps and make the backside of it look somewhat
decent. Use a pillar in there.
Yeah, I might do that.
Because it'll be perfect size for it. Put a pillar right through onto the yeah.
Yeah, and some of them I definitely can, but I can't do it on all of them because some of them have different gaps.
Yeah, so it just means like you have to put you have to use the center of it to be in the center of the wall. Yeah. You can still get
I'll figure it out.
But yeah, this is cool.
But yeah.
Man, I can't wait to see the end of this one when it's actually running.
Ooh, yeah, it'll be interesting.
No kidding. Only in Fixmas, folks. All right, gentlemen. I'm gonna let you go. I gotta go get myself, hopefully not dead again.
All right. You have yourself a good day, Dragon.
Yeah.
And thanks for stopping by.
Don't forget, everybody's watching. Thumbs up the buggers, man. I did. Twice. I've done it 3 times, but the other one's not here. All right, gentlemen. You all have a great one, man.
You too.
You too.
Dragon is out of here. Adios, amigos.
But he's gone. Bye, Dragon.
Okay. Right. I've got the internal belting for the polymer down to like the middle area.
Oh, sweet.
Basically, you know where you've got the power coming in?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got the belting down to there. It's 2 belts. We've got a
Nice.
A 200 belt and a 480 belt.
Okay.
Reason being is the 480 belt is the 3 larger modules, and the 200 belt is the 3. It's the 2 120s and the 60 outputs.
Yeah, probably gonna have to do something different with those. Because a 480 and a 120, whatever it was.
200.
Sorry?
200.
Yeah, a 480 and a 200 is not ideal for loading onto a train.
No, but I thought what we could do is we could maybe feed it into a load balancer.
Yes, we definitely have to load balance it. It might actually be easier to just take the individual outputs from each module and then do the load balancer close to the station instead. Just run the belts the way they are.
Okay, so that would then be...
No, actually, you know what? Merge all of the module outputs into a Mark V belt.
I can't, it's too much. It'd be 680.
Mark V does 7 something.
Oh, is it 7?
Yes.
Ooh, okay, fair enough.
Mark V, transports up to 780 per minute.
Sorry, I thought it was 500 and something. So, my bad.
If you do merge all of them into a single Mark V going down the line, then it'll be easier for us to split it up down by the station.
Okay. Consider that being handled well then.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay. I have a little bit of extra refurbishing to do here, but I think I'm gonna go set up the next arch instead. Get that out of the way. So, let's see. I am going to need one of these going away a bit, so I can pull some power. The power, that is a very bad day for me. Very quickly. Let's get some power out here, and then see if we can go set up a fresh marker here. I'll have to do default. Shit. Get this guy first. There. I can get rid of this. This one out probably. R. My fixed point. There we go. Fixed point. Right there. Keep this guy. I still have a reference point. And then peace out. Like that. Get rid of this guy. These two. Then do my freeform. To Dar. Need to connect to that guy. Thank you. There. Maybe I should just do these 5 right away. I don't have to go back and extend them later. There. Next one is gonna be rinse and repeat. Whoops. From the bottom here. Thank you. It's a bit of back and forth, but you do what you gotta do to get the results you're looking for, right? Zip. Which one here? Which one here? Like that. This again. There. And the other side, right here. Oh, I'm kind of glad that I managed to inspire Dragon to some alternative build styles for his Fixmas setup.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Gonna be interesting to see what he comes up with. Oh shoot, I forgot to put the side foundations. And here. There. These these in place. There. Doing my initial experimentation for this, I did have a couple of instances where the beam just wanted to snap to something different, and that just threw all of this completely off, so I had to restart. Then I came up with this technique for doing the spacing on these and getting them right. It is a bit more tedious to do it, but it does ensure that I end up getting pretty much equal distance spacing on all of them, all the way through. So, human beings have a tendency to want things to be symmetrical, even though life isn't symmetrical. It does look better. Remember to put the side foundation, get rid of that guy. And repeat on the other side. There we go. A little annoying that the game wants to put it in the south direction here. Would have loved it if it had decided to want to put it in the north direction instead. Easy to see it more, maybe off to the sides, but no such luck. So this should be the last one. So get rid of that guy. This next one over will be the straight piece. Straight piece we do with the beam, but we do it in default mode. We just run it 40 meters. Same on the other side. What is it? There. So now we have proper coverage. So just for good measure, I'm gonna run a couple of power poles out here. Don't really want to drop to my death because I get out of range. That would be bad, okay? This, get rid of this, and this. Next up, it's blueprint time. I just need to position these in the right spot. Which, granted, is a little easier in daylight. Kind of scary seeing all the resources taking such a huge dip.
Yeah, but we know when we're working with the larger style blueprints, it does do that.
Yes.
For the bridge beautification that we've done.
Yeah. That has been seriously dipping into things. Missing materials. Yay, I can't place the last one. I've completely drained the iron plates. Excuse me. I need 108. And then keeping in mind, I've run everything here as Mark 1 belts, so it's no wonder that I'm draining the iron plate part. Okay, so just for checks and balances, I'm gonna do the beam trick here again between the walls and use that as an opportunity to also make sure that I have aligned all of the blueprints correctly. Because if just one of them is off, then everything's gonna be off. So it is what it is. I need to put up these anyway for building the walls in between. This will tell me straight away if one of them is off. So go. The last one is right there. Excellent. So now we can get rid of all these because they need to be replaced with ramps. Get that neat little curve down. Kind of thinking, wonder if I should do slightly steeper ramp here. I'm gonna try and use the the 4 meter one on this one, and then have a look at both and see which one I like better. You know, design stuff, a matter of taste, I guess. Sometimes you just gotta test and experiment with things a little bit. Until you find something that you feel looks decent. See what this looks like quick. I think it's probably a bit too steep. We'll see. That's where you need to go. That's not the correct direction, good sir. I might actually go with these 4 meter ones instead. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Over here, kind of hard to tell the there's an angle to them. Over here, yeah, I'll replace all of them with 4 meter ones instead. Definitely. Oops. Don't want to dismantle the assemblers, thank you. Alright, I need those.
Outputted to a Mark 5 belt.
Wait.
Again, just a panel adjacent to where you've got the power coming in.
Yeah. Nope, that's not where we need them.
Where do we need them?
We need them on the south side of the facility.
South. Very south side, or
The very south side. I'm gonna squeeze the polymer resin station in between the lead-in track that goes up to the turbo power station and the facility itself on the south side. Should have just enough On the yeah. So the turbo power plant runs east-west, right?
Yep.
Yeah. You're looking basically at where the station is going.
Oh, here.
Yes. Station is going there.
So
In
output.
between.
Output
So the
here.
output needs no. Definitely not in the corner.
Okay.
So let's see let's get the output somewhere in the middle of where the refineries are. But this space, if available, back here, foundation out so you can see where I am. If at all available. Oh, sorry, it's those refineries down there. Yes. Yeah, we're gonna need a bit of lead-in track. The station itself is gonna take up 10 foundations. So
Hold on a minute.
these...
Bearing in mind, these all have coal supply.
Yes.
So there's going to be belts, spaghetti belts.
Yes, I'm aware, but we also have siding track to keep in mind.
Yeah.
We also have the full station length to keep in mind. So we are going to need, let's see, 6 bridge spans to cover that entire station, and we technically speaking need to get the belt out somewhere in the middle of that. So roughly around, let's see, roughly around here, actually. Roughly there. And then we're gonna have to do some distribution stuff, either inside the building and run all the belts out to containers and then up, or put a platform underneath the train station and then do it there instead. Run a single belt up, split it up there.
I think we can do it under here. All that we've got running into this is water, and as we know, we're redoing that, so the water flows from above.
Yes, I put in a separate pipe hole for that to run the water up at the very beginning of the blender segment.
Yep.
So this one right here.
Yep, I saw.
I've done these on all of them.
Oh, magic.
So it should literally just be raising the manifold up and above the heavy oil residue pipe, and then doing it there and connecting from the bottom. Because then we're using the same head lift to get it up there.
Yeah, exactly.
So that should do it.
Pretty much all of this going all the way back.
Yeah.
For doing whatever we need to.
Yes.
What I'll do for now is I'll run the belt up sort of like so it stops here. Kind of like here somewhere.
Yeah, that's fine. And once we build the station, we can figure out exactly how we're going to do it, because as far as I remember, there's not enough space in between the main line and the turbo power factory that we can put the station down and buffer containers. We absolutely need buffer containers. So we're going to have to do something in terms of setting that up, but that's a future us problem. So. We're going to go with that.
I mean, we can set the buses up in the equal distribution up and the buffer caches in here.
Technically speaking, there's not enough room for industrial containers in there.
Oh, yeah, no, they'll stick through the roof.
Yeah, but we do have the advantage that we actually have a 7 wall height distance from the flooring below up to the rail level. So we do have space available underneath the train station to put up whatever cache and such that we potentially need to set up.
Do you want the?
And of course it's upside down. Fuck you, game.
Do you want the rails to run?
No, shoot. I should have expected it to be upside down.
Okay, either way we do this, we're going to intersect a wall when we run the bridge segments like we did before. What would you like to do? Run against the existing bridge or run against the turbo power plant?
I don't know yet. It kind of depends on how we set up the station, but like I said, that's going to be a future us problem. So for now, let's just run the belt over here, and then we can do. Let's see. We can cheat a little bit and do this because we are going to have to sink all this junk to begin with. Because it's going to be a while before we get to the point of being able to set up something where we can actually do the export. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a sink ahead of time, tap it into the grid power that we have running off the rail bridges. Because then it is pre-configured and you can, technically speaking, run the belt from the current temporary stop point that you put up straight out to the sink on the other side. So that way we are rid of it right away. We're just gonna do this. We're gonna do dot. So for now, you can just attach here and that'll get rid of all of it. And come out here for a sec, will you? Please and thank you. Have a look at that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Nice.
That's gonna be so cool when it's done. I shall go back and struggle some more with that stuff.
I shall go back and reroute belts.
Yes, sounds like a good plan.
Tear all this down again.
Yeah. Before I jump back into this, I am going to have to take a very short break for a quick nature call, so I will be back very shortly. those who have forgotten, snag a cup of coffee.
I haven't forgotten, I promise.
Mathing the math. Gotcha. Well, apparently the game is going to be very difficult about this today. Forcing me to rotate these every time. It's annoying.
Why would it want to play ball?
Yeah. I mean, why would it? Oh, if I target the wall instead, it'll put it in right place. So we shall do that. That's much easier. Sweet. .21 jiggly nuts. Whoops. I think I got too far over. Yeah, I did. Yeah, some of them it just doesn't want to play ball at all. But it is what it is.
It is what it is, which is a pain.
I has questions, lots of questions. Yes. Unfortunately, I cannot do that. Okay. We will find a different way of accomplishing something like that. Right. Yeah, it looks much better with that. Definitely. So, let's go do the same thing on the other side. So 120. Okay, so he has walls to put in place. Zoop. Now I'm kind of thinking, I wonder how much I'm gonna blow Nyx's mind with this build next time he comes on. At least they are consistently off to one side. There. There we go. Through a foundation. But why not? I wanna. I got that. There we go. That's 360.
Yep. Full belt.
There.
Onto the 520 belt.
It's the last bit of those, and then I can do the ramp. Provided it wants to play ball. This one didn't.
Et voilà.
Configuradores, configuradores.
I should be right back. In need of a coffee and
Definitely go get.
yes, 100%.
There we go. And I just need to add one of these up here, like I did on the other side. Nice. Okay, that handles the bulk of this. So I am just gonna get rid of these, and then we're gonna find out how we're gonna do the rest, because I do have to do all of that pillar replacement stuff. All the way around on both of them, so that's going to be a little bit tedious, but it is what it is. So let's just crack on and get it done. I think I needed to do 5 here. Yep. And do I want to do it on these? That is a very good question, good sir. Yeah, I think we're gonna do it on these as well. Just to get the last bit of texturing in. So I need to cut these as well to 5. Right there. Okay. Zoom mode enabled. And I need this to follow this foundation, so I'm gonna have to do that first. Get it over there. Then I can get it in place. Yoink. Should probably do this one first. That. Yoink. Nice. to the next one. Actually, let me go grab that blueprint designer quick. Speciale. Look. Kinda wanna see if I can cheat these in. Let's see if I can do dot. What's the next bit going to be like? And that is going to be 3 pieces. So it's gonna be a 5 and a 3. So we'll do a 5 and a 3. This is gonna be a temporary thing, so temp 5. Concrete pillar segment 5 high for turbo power arch assemblers. That'll be fine. Select us this guy. Grabbing one of them. Then we're gonna put this in architecture, I think. Let's add in another subcategory. Call this turbo power. There. I put it here. And we're good to go. Save. Then I can remove the top 2. That leaves us 3. That should be the top part of it. So let's go save this as a 3 instead in the same folder. And now my voice cracks again. There, clear. Everybody's happy. Get rid of this. Thank you. Now the question is, can we actually paste this in? These are the things I need to know. Let's go over to this guy and try and see if we can maybe paste it in here. By removing that one. Get a 5. Yes, we can. Very nice. Except that was the 3. I was expecting the 5. And the blueprint bug again. There we go. This is the one I want. Okay. Nice. Oh. Well, apparently I floated through a wall. Let's get rid of these. And we should be able to snag this guy and set them up here. So we can paste it in straight. Yoink. Nice. That does make this a whole lot easier. That one's already done. This one's done. This one's done. So that's the entire circle. Sweet. Then we can do the other parts. Oh, actually the other parts are not 3, they are 4. Shoot, so I need to fix up the blueprint. Dang it. Okay. Let's go load up the 5. Architecture, 5. Then we'll do one called 4. Should then give us all 3. Like this 4 high. And save in the same folder, right there. Yoink. And then clear this guy. Get the resources back, and just for good measure, I'm gonna delete the 3 because I don't need that one. So edit this one, delete, yoink, apply. Everybody's happy. So let's see. The 4 is gonna have to be from that. I'm just gonna go around on the outside here and get them like that. Those are already in place, so here. There we go. Okay. That's the entire way around. And then I'm gonna have to put 2 foundations here because I'm gonna need this foundation to attach the blueprint. This wall is in the way, so let's get rid of that. Yoink. Off you go. There. And that should be the last of them. So now I should be able to grab the 4 blueprint here. Shift that in place here. Look. And do that all the way around. Like so. Done, so this one is the last one, and that is job completed. Sweet. Looks freaking epic. So see, part of what I had planned on doing for this is I'm gonna paint all of this black. like this. Probably gonna have to go on the back side to do these. So let's do a little bit of cleanup first. Get rid of some of this stuff, just to make it a little more accessible, at least on the very top here. Or up the back walls, essentially. There, that makes it a little easier. All of this is way more accessible from this side without hitting the machines and conveyor lifts and such. Guess I could have painted the blueprints ahead of time, but at the time I wasn't exactly sure whether I wanted to do this or not. So it is what it is, and what it is a little bit tedious. But at least then I get to choose. Which is always a good thing. Choices, choices, choices. Get all of these done. Here. Get all this done as well. Come on, you can do it. Thank you. There we go. That's much better. And I just have to do these. Oh, that's neat. I can just exactly fit between them. Nice. Well, some of them. That's when you get when angles are ever so slightly off. Oh, I already did this one. Alright, cool. Sweet. That looks awesome. Excellent, excellent. Alright, let's see about getting the flooring done here. Because I'm kind of thinking I'm just gonna extend from here. And essentially just go that way. Entirety of the thing. As this will then provide me at least some space in here where I can do things like equal splitting and all of the weird belt running that needs to be done without having it out in the open and looking ugly. Kind of puts a nice finish to the build. So that should be the outside of it. That was not quite enough. There. Nice. Then we should be able to perhaps do a little bit of cheating here. See if we can't get this to line up with these. I want to get default off here. Just makes this a little bit easier. Because I don't have a whole lot of spacing to hit the right position here between them. So, gonna be one of them. Click and hope you get it right. Basically. There. And now we can soup this, but I want those in 1 meter parts. So gonna soup that down there. That gives us 6 meters. This will be the finishing touches to the curb. Get them all the way down. Is that the next one? That's the next one. So hard to see. It's this guy. Yep. Okay. The next one should be here. There. I think. Oh, yeah, I should just be able to run along the line here until it goes yellow. You'll need to go away. Thank you. That will be there. Very nice.
It looks like that's progressing nicely.
Oh yeah. Give me 1 sec to finish painting this and I'll show you.
Okay.
It's looking amazing already.
Good, good, good.
Have a look at that.
Very nice. Very nice.
That looks so freaking amazing. It's a small little build. And all I gotta do is just get rid of this stuff. I'm gonna get rid of these quick and then do concrete down here. Still debating whether I want to paint this black as well. I think I might. Just for the coolness effect. Then gotta get rid of this bridge thing. Of course I'm gonna have the temporary power holes in here so I can still fly, but it should provide a slightly better view of the entire setup. That's kind of eye-catching. Actually, I think I'm gonna leave it regular concrete at the bottom. These quick, just to get it out of the way. There. And then I am going to zip this up. And this, of course, is not gonna look, it's not gonna be the final finished look, but it will get us most of the way. Oops. There. Then I want that on here. And technically speaking, this is not needed here, so let's get rid of that. There. Then I need a visible, which would then be what? This guy? That would be that guy. So this guy needs to be here, which means these actually need to be the other walls. So these guys up to there. There we go. That wasn't a wall. This is a wall. And that one got in the wrong direction. There. And YouTube being a bitch again. It's only a matter of time before YouTube ends up crashing completely because people getting fed up with it. Gets me is that these corporate heads and managers, they don't seem to understand how people react to things. It's kind of weird. That's basically what they're building their financial empire on. Oh, I needed them pieces first. Need them to be not souped, because if they soup, they go in the wrong positions. Did I put one in here now? No. There. Okay. And a little bit of retexturing later. And some color. That is freaking sweet. Coffee definitely needed.
Yeah, I need to go pour mine in a minute. I'll be honest with you, I'm half falling asleep here, so apologies everyone. It's been a long week.
Yeah, it has. I mean, if you want to call it, call it.
No, I'm okay to carry on for a little bit. I just, like I said, I need that. Need to pour myself a coffee in just a second.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still just an empty shell, but we shall get there eventually. That's not what I wanted. I wanted you to zoop. Zoopity zoop zoop zoop. That seems to have been the last one. Just a couple.
Don't you love when you install a program and then there are no shortcuts for it anywhere, not even in your program files?
Lovely. Yeah, not everyone is as mindful and attentive to details as they should be.
Apparently not.
Yes, I know I'm gonna run into the corals here, but that's gonna be inside the building in spaces where it doesn't matter, so it'll be fine, it'll be fine. Don't really want to cut these poles just yet. But I do need to cut this down here, because this is technically speaking not part of the build. So there we have it. Call it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do all of these first. Get them out of the way. These need to be these guys. Like that. Coffee time, definitely.
steaming hot cup of coffee out my flask, please.
Just get all of them. There. You were supposed to zoop. Zoop, zoopity, zoop, zoop, zoop. That's not right. This one. What? Go. Nice. Usually find it easier to just go with these because they stick out when I place them, so retexture them afterwards. I know that I could use the other ones directly, but you know, to each their own right. It wasn't a zoop. That's a zoop. Just need to get the other side of the wall. And let's go backside and get rid of all those. Oh, actually, no, we have work to do here because there's a bunch of pillars missing on this one that we haven't done yet. So, yeah, why don't we do those? Get them done. Excuse me. Let's see, these pillars go all the way down to those. So, and 5 up. Need to get these done before we start painting things. One too many here? No. That was one too many. Or up here. We need to kill off. We can go insert those blueprints. place. So let's see, up here I need to run foundation there. To be able to place the blueprint. Concentration. There. That'll let me place the top ones. Now I just need to go pick out these all the way around. And actually I should probably go grab these as well while I'm at it. So we're gonna need to remove all this junk afterwards. So we can more easily paint things. Let's just grab these. And that one. Yoink, off they go. Then I'll grab those and kill the other ones. Right, so blueprint. These are the 5 ones. Here, the foundation, I mean. Yeah, brain is braining derp. Brain is braining on it on autopilot today, I think. Yes. It's definitely doing things it shouldn't be doing. These. There. That'll make it a little easier to paint it. So let's grab the black swatch and paint him. So, this entire weekend I've basically been mulling over how I wanted to approach setting up 51 assemblers without it being just a cube of assemblers, which I thought would be a little bit boring. And this design literally just popped, or the idea for this design literally just popped into my mind, like, what, an hour before stream, something like that. And then as I experimented with the curved setup, this idea of setting them up in this arch just started evolving, and this is what it's turned into. Actually pretty happy with the result. So far it is shaping up pretty much exactly like I imagined it. Apart from maybe the power stuff that I'm still not entirely certain how I'm gonna do, but give it enough time and it'll solve itself like I usually say, so I'm sure I'll come up with something that makes it look decent. Yeah, I think this is gonna be, even though it's off in the distance when running a train down here, I think these are still gonna do the entire area a bit of justice in terms of catching the eye. But it is a little tedious to build. Then again, if you were just, you know, rushing to endgame to rush to endgame, then it would all just be essentially one huge belt spaghetti, I guess. And a lot of belt spaghetti and floaty platforms, and you know, the whole it's just gonna be a box thing. And personally, I'm not a huge fan. I mean, it's all the boxy stuff. It's what you did early on in the game before you kind of, how should I put this, started seeing the possibilities of the building pieces, I guess. I know that I have certainly evolved in that department from when I first started playing this game years back. And this playthrough is really the first one where I have properly taken the time to try and design a little more aesthetically than practically. In practical terms, it would have been so much faster and so much easier setting these assemblers up in, you know, a blueprint stacked on top of each other, cube of assemblers, job done. But
that's how we started today. We did exactly that, and we were like, try and do something unique.
Yeah.
Creative. Well, then this month.
And this is what came out of that discussion. And granted, they're not done yet, but even now, they look frickin' awesome. So, yay for taking the extra time to do something a little bit different. Yes, absolutely. Abso-frickin-doodly. Push yourself. Push your own limits. Keep pushing. Someday, whatever you try to push yourself into, someday you're going to start seeing that what you thought was impossible maybe isn't all that impossible after all. I mean, the only impossible thing in life is putting the toothpaste back in the tube. But apart from that, everything else is possible. It's just a matter of, you know, putting your mind to it. So, it'll be awesome. Go do awesome things. And granted, I've had to do a lot of research and video watching and stuff to learn some of the techniques to do this, but there is so much material available out there to teach these techniques. So do yourself the favor of having a look at YouTube, watching people's builds and designs and whatnot, and have a try at least at doing some of this stuff yourself. See what you can come up with. It does make a difference. Yes, it is so super tedious doing all of this stuff. There is no doubt about that. But then I was kind of brought up with the notion that throughout your entire life, anything worth doing takes effort, and the vast majority of everything you spend time on in life, 10% of it is going to be fun and super interesting. The remaining 90% of life is just going to be tedious and boring sometimes. But if you do mind over matter and decide to put the effort in yourself, even though it's tedious and boring, you can accomplish really cool things. And that holds true for both life and for, building games. At the end of the day, this game is a building game. We spent the better part of Saturday just building up all of these train bridges, beautifying the area a bit more, adding in all the railings, getting things spruced up to the point that it's at right now. Yeah, it took most of Saturday, but
and all the while complaining to each other.
all the while complaining. Yes. And there was a lot of complaining to each other about how tedious and boring it was and all that stuff. But at the end of it, we ended up coming up with some better ways of doing some of this beautification stuff. I ended up fixing a couple of issues with some of these blueprints that we've been using, just to make it easier in the future to use them. But I mean, at the end of the day, the satisfaction of and feeling of accomplishment that we have both gotten out of doing this beautification and adding these additional visuals to our entire build aesthetics, I mean, there's no comparing. There is no comparing to all of our previous build or playthroughs where, yeah, let's just put up a square box here. It looks so much better, and the feeling of accomplishment is so much better, so much bigger.
I mean, to be honest, even those that have followed very early on in this series will see will already seen a massive, like from when like me, for instance, when I first built Steelworks or Criterion stuff. That was just a platform.
Oh heck yeah. Heck yeah, there has been
much more intricate designs.
We're building curves and all sorts of cool additional structures and whatnot. We're thinking about how we lay things out. Maybe not always for aesthetical purposes. In this particular massive build of ours, we didn't really have much of a choice just because of the sheer amount of machinery that we had to put down here. And because we set the limitation that we didn't want to stack any of this, just because of, liquids, getting liquid stuff stabilized is a pain in the butt, to put it mildly. So for that, we figured, we're gonna do it the easy way and avoid stacking things, because then, you know, we don't have to spend extra power on a lot of pumps here and there just to get things to where they need to go. Which of course would be subtracted from the total power output of this place. But that then also put somewhat of a design limitation on things. But everything else, we've kind of tried to, as much as possible, to you know, get things built at least somewhat aesthetically. It takes effort, yes, absolutely it does, but it is worth it. It is definitely worth it. All the way through, all day long. Right, so the next bit I need to do is figure out a way to get the back wall curve here to at least somewhat line up. Which means I am probably going to have to try and see if I can figure out a way to fill these gaps and still make it look somewhat decent. And then keeping in mind that all of this will be sitting on a concrete block like this. Technically speaking, I don't need it per se, but I'm going to do it anyway to make it match up with the turbo power plant. And I wanted the assemblers to be somewhat raised above, so we could get a full view of them coming into the turbo power plant. Having two of these arches should do the trick. The remaining 3 assemblers that I need to set up here, I'm gonna try and see if I can do kind of a sort of like a Babylonian garden stacked design in between the 2 arches. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. But that's a challenge for future me. Now I have a different, much more annoying challenge to figure out, which is going to be the rails around, the curve around here. But I think I'm gonna cheat a little bit and see if I can't make use of a piece of rail to help me do the curve out here, and then use that to build the back side of the building off, because otherwise I'm going to be battling these different spaced gaps in between these for the next month. So cheats up, here we go. That's not under logistics, that's under this guy. And I have no idea if this is going to work, so here goes. Oh, has it gone dead?
Just come back.
Oh, okay. Well, let me do a quick check.
No, I think I've just stumbled across another little bug, because this is the 3rd time now that this has happened. So, when you're in your build gun,
yeah,
and I'm not sure whether this is specifically for belts or not, but belts is exactly where I've had it for the moment.
Yeah.
You've got your build gun. I'm trying to either connect one thing to another thing via a belt, whether that's another belt to another belt, or a splitter or merge, you know, etc.
Yeah.
Or a lift. If that autosave kicks in and you're making a connection,
yes,
the connection won't go through, right? And then basically until you come out of your build gun and go back into your build gun, you cannot make any further connections or upgrades.
Yeah, I've had that too. It's a bit annoying. The same holds true for power connections, actually.
Ah, okay.
so my thinking about using the rails to accomplish the curve is these conveyor holes right here. They are the actual modules where the assemblers are sitting.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna use a piece of rail that I'm putting at the very center of this outer foundation, because these two foundations are lined up perfectly with that module.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna go over here somewhere. This is not gonna be perfect, but then the rails will eventually line themselves up. So I get a piece of straight there, because then I can go with a straight right there, attach it to this guy. That then puts the first bit of curve on it. And then I basically just rinse and repeat that all the way around. Doesn't really matter all that much where that specific piece is, but if I don't put that piece down to begin with, this thing is going to be angled effectively in the wrong direction. So this is what I'm using to create a 90-degree fixed point on the setup, or as close to 90 as I can come. It's gonna be a bit tedious, but it is what it is. So, let's see. Let's play this one is somewhat angled there. Honestly, don't actually. Let's give that a try. We'll see. See, this isn't exactly 90 degrees, but let's see if it puts a strange curve on it. Nope, it actually does properly realign itself. Okay, cool. That makes this a little easier. Next one is here, so just go center, foundation center. All right, that made this a whole lot easier. I haven't always had the best of luck with track placement, but this might just end up working exactly the way that we want it to. So you go there. Thank you. Here. Okay. Next up, I'm going to tear all of these foundations underneath the track, and then not do that. I am going to make use of big concrete pillars, put those underneath the track to create a fixed point for placing a foundation. Technically speaking, I probably don't need to kill off that one, but we shall see where this goes. I need architecture, this guy. Definitely don't need soup on that. This is also a technique that we have been using extensively for a lot of our curves and whatnot everywhere. I don't know if this is going to give me the result that I would like to get. I guess I could probably try it out with, say, this segment. So let's see how this goes. Keeping in mind this is the outer part of it, so we're definitely gonna have to put blocks in between to get this to line up properly. Okay, cool. Good to know. Off we go to the next bit. This is a rather big, relatively smooth curve. once I have these in place, I can then drag the walls all the way down to that level and clear out the protruding ones and attach foundations at the bottom to curve it in on itself, just to keep the outside of the build smooth on the curve. Technically speaking, this is the backside of the build that we probably won't see all that often, but if we ever do take a trip up the ramp up here, we're definitely going to be able to see them from the backside, so, you know, best do things properly. Then over here, I'm going to ignore the last one, this guy, mainly because that one is straight, so I'm just going to be able to attach to that foundation and pull it out, get it properly aligned. So here, the next bit is just setting these up. That one's a bit tight. And of course the freaking power pole is in the way. This technique I learned from, I forget his name, Rocket something. He spells his name with X's. I don't know if he came up with this technique, but it was in one of his videos that I saw this method being used to create these nice and smooth curves. And it seems so nice and easy. So yeah, I adopted that and taught Lee how to use it. Now for the road and rail curves that we've set up, we've used the rail technique on both the top and the bottom deck on the curves and the S curves that we've got scattered everywhere, just to try and get both the top and the bottom layer somewhat identical. That there, and we should be good. Let's see if we can get the last one over here. I don't think I put that in. Nope. Put that about there. And try and get rid of this. I doubt that I'm gonna need any of this curve stuff, rail stuff anymore, so let's just get rid of all of it. Go. Next up, put some foundations down. And it's usually easier doing these in default. It's not gonna be perfect, but it'll get the job reasonably well done. So placement. As much. somehow. Oh. Okay. Can't. These sticky. Some of these are going to be easier than others, but that is just the name of the game. And this is the foundation level that we need them on. So once I'm done with this, I'm gonna have to go back and delete the entire top layer.
Working on the coal inputs.
Oh, sweet. Yeah.
As best I can, I'm trying to set them up as equal distribution.
Yep.
I know basically the 240s and the 120s, they all have effectively one extra refinery that is then underclocked.
Yeah.
So what I've done is I've basically set it up. So say one has got 8 refineries on one side, 7 on the other.
Yeah.
I've just basically set the equal distribution up following the 8 on the correct side. Copy that over to the side that's got 7 on, and then rather than the last 2 splits going down to a 30 that splits into 2 15s, it's basically a 30 that overfeeds a 15. But by that point, it should be fine because we've only got a limited amount of coal coming in anyway.
Yeah.
So what I was going to suggest is, as we're from the main feed, if we mana feed the equal distributions, that should sort out the coal distribution properly, I think. Unless you had a different idea. I've got to stick the buffer cache in as well.
No. I'm gonna do the buffer, the cache as part of the assembler setup over here. So you're gonna get the actual supply lines
Okay.
in there. That way you don't have to mess with any of that stuff whatsoever. So the last bit you said.
Yeah. So if you take a look at this one. So on this side we've got 8, so it will equally distribute, and this side we've got 7.
Yes.
This side we've got 8, this side we've got 7.
Yeah.
This being the 7th, the odd one technically out.
Yes.
So it will just overfeed this one.
Yeah, that's fine.
This requires barely any at all.
Yeah, that's fine. Essentially, I'm gonna set it up such that going to run you 3 separate lines, one for each of the source modules.
Okay.
So that means that you are going to get 2 Mark 5 belts, and one, let's see, 120 belt Mark 2. And as much as possible, for the most part, you will be potentially able to get full capacity on all 3 belts, taking that straight from the supply cache for each of them. So technically speaking, for a while, you can take full capacity from them. And that's what's going to happen when we start filling up the cache. So as much as possible, for the underclocked ones, just consider them regular in terms of splitting things, because all of that stuff will then even out, because the feed load is technically speaking going to be too much.
Yeah, it will just back up and back up.
Yes.
The time, and the splitter will just feed the other one instead.
Exactly.
Yeah, it'll work its way backwards like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna deal with all of the caching. I'm gonna deal with all of the overflow handling and all that shit. So the only thing you really have to work from and consider in all of this is those 3 belts, and that's it.
Okay.
So the other thing you have to keep. The other thing you have to keep in mind on this is that let's see, it's going to be over here somewhere. The other thing that you have to keep in mind is that the first module only goes to the 60, the second one goes to the 2 120s and the first 240, and the third one goes to the last 240s.
Okay.
That's the distribution of them. I'm thinking, unfortunately, I didn't put 3 foundations between this. That would have been a little neater, but one of these 2, I guess.
This is where we need a mass nudge gun.
Yes. But then it wouldn't line up with any of the other stuff here, so it is what it is. So it's gonna be one of these 2. Or if you prefer, we can do this instead.
Yeah, I'd prefer it to come in like... Just come in on the one foundation, it's easier to handle then.
Okay.
So yeah, wherever you want to choose it to come in.
It's gonna be one of those 2, so you know, pick which one you want. That one. That one it is. Nope. That was not a soup.
Just run through. You can paste these things in. Right, run me through what the 3 belts are going to be in.
Let's see. Oh, actually, hang on. Give me 1 sec, please. I just need to be absolutely certain that I'm not giving you false information. Because, no, actually, we can't do that. You're gonna get 5 belts. Sorry.
Okay, 5, no worries.
Because we can't do 900 on a single belt.
Yeah, no, not yet, we can't.
No. So you shall be getting 5 instead.
Okay.
Which then means the other one will be here instead.
Oh, we're going that way.
And then you're going to get a single here. No. This then somewhat lines up with the other buildings, where the 2-hole one is going to be the 2 belts coming in with 900. So that's going to be 450 each. Same on the other one. And then the last one is going to give you 90.
Right, so what are these two roughly going to be?
Here you are going to get 2 Mark IV belts for a total of 900, so 450 each.
And this middle one?
That'll be a Mark II belt delivering 90. And the last 2 are the same as the first 2.
And how are we splitting these up? Remind me. Oh. The 90 should be for the 60 and the...
Yeah, the 90 is for the 60 module. So technically speaking, the 90 is group 1.
Yep.
And then I suppose this one over to the west is going to be group 2. So that will be for the 2 120s and 1 of the 240s.
The last 2 are for the remaining one.
And the last 2 is for that's group 3, so that's going to be for the last 2 240s.
Before I do anything more, just going to remember how we've named these. That simpler. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I wonder, can I maybe this out here? Go away, thank you. So I'm going to make a little experiment and see if I can maybe make a little better use of these to handle the spacing for me and then put the original foundations back in place. It's a bit tedious, but it might make it look a little better. These are just to give me something to build back from if it turns out that it's gonna be shit. I know what I should have done. This is stupid. I know exactly how I should have done this. Okay, we are getting rid of all this and redoing this. I have a much better idea on how to do this now. Get this lined up a little better and fill out the gaps. Just gonna get rid of all this junk and do it again. Yay! Joys of design. Or rather, the joys of designing something curved in a game that wants things to be square.
That game. Sounds very familiar.
Yes, it does. I kinda know that game a little too well, I think. So, default, yes, we're good. Go. I'm kinda using this as an experiment to figure out how I'm gonna do the back wall. Then once I have a good technique down for one of them, I can replicate that on the other one. Which then should make it a lot faster to do the other one. Oops. Oh, it did go in where I needed it to. There. Okay. So, same as before. Let us make use of this good thing. Put that here. Yeah, see,
Yeah,
this is what I didn't want.
That nice belt's not really
No, I know that. Thing is, I know that the 90 belt is not going to be enough, but that's what the... Huh?
I've got to divert it off one of the other belts, right?
Yes. But that's not something you need to worry about. I'm going to do that over here. You are literally only getting the raw, pure supply. That's the only thing you need to worry about over there. Everything else will be pre-handled for you, which should make it a little easier. It's easier doing it over here because then we don't need to put overflow feedback belts up anywhere. We can just run the supply lines. That's it. Everything else we don't need to worry about. Grab that from over here. Then we can build up the coal power plants over here using the overflow once we're done.
Okay.
It's just to make the rest of it simpler for both of us.
Can I be a right pain in the arse?
Of course you can.
The 60 module on one of the the 60 module one, which is in the center at the moment, and then
yes.
the one to its for you it would be the right. Can I swap them around? Because it would just make feeding the belts a little bit easier for me, if possible.
So you want to swap west with east?
No. Swap. This single.
Yes.
Two.
Clear.
With this double. If possible.
That's gonna screw up the symmetry of things here.
If not, don't worry. I will just do some belt crossover. It's fine.
Right, so in between the two 24 modules on the platform up here, above me, that's where I'm going to put the 3 for the 60 module.
Okay.
And that's kind of why it goes in here, but if you really want and need it to, I can route it around everything else and put it someplace else.
Because that will make it look messy out here. I'd prefer having messy inside than outside, actually.
All right, fair enough.
So, no worries. Yeah, I'll make it work in here, don't worry.
All right, cool.
I will just convey it up and over.
Yes.
Simple.
That sounds like a plan, good sir.
Kind of. Come down here.
And I should get a proper curve there. And I can get rid of this. Now I can do these, except I need to remove these first. Look at that. Otherwise this is not gonna work. Didn't go to where it was intended to go. There, thank you. Complete derp I am. I didn't think to make use of spacing in between the foundations here. I just went and did a complete curve, which I technically speaking don't need to. All I really need is just a fixed point to place a foundation in between things. I can quite easily do that in that little bit of spacing there. Thank you. Default mode, so all I really have to do is just hold that there. Try and get this somewhat in the middle here. There. Using the existing foundations as kind of an aim point for placing this thing somewhat in the middle. There, maybe. Then I only have to do these to get it somewhat in place. Let's see, that's gonna go there.
Honking.
Huh?
Said someone's train's honking. Unless it was just randomly 2 of the drop-offs that we've got.
Probably the drop-offs. Nobody else on with us. Or rather, there shouldn't be. If there is, we're in trouble. Yeah, probably there. So this is so freaking tedious. It's not even funny. There, I think. And game resets my keyboard again for this 50th time this stream. This one's a little more difficult. There's not a whole lot of space to put it on. I think I forgot that one on the other side. Just gonna go check quick. Yes, I did. But on this guy, I'm not gonna be able to get at the concrete pillar, so I'm gonna have to remove that foundation to do that. It is what it is. What it is a there we go. Right, so now I should be able to do these without that guy. Ha, I can't do them even the very thin ones. Nice. Yeah, this makes this so much easier. Get it on this guy as well. Yep. So get rid of that. Then let me swap it up there. Then I can put this one back. And it's job done. Actually, I'm gonna wait doing those because I still need to put foundation in there. Get them down at their proper height. Wasn't the proper height. Good sir. It's still gonna look wonky in here, but eventually, most likely all of these foundations are gonna be deleted anyway, so it doesn't really make a huge difference. There. Like, get rid of all this junk. Because it is no longer needed. All this work just to get that foundation in place. Yeah. There we go. There. Sweet. Guess I have reached the limit. Right, sweet. So let's just see if we can actually get these walls up to where we need them. Then as I go along, I'm gonna start deleting foundations at the bottom as well, just to get rid of them. That way we can then attach the foundations to the bottom and line them up. Here I am going to need to attach here. Figured it might be a little easier from up here. let's see, that one. Seem to have found the floating foundation in the middle. This one, this one, this one, and finally this one. And that's the bottom part of it. To go back, and then I can start removing all of these foundations, that one included, as these are no longer needed. This one needs to go as well. The only one that is needed here is this one, that matches up with this one. Exactly, which is the middle. So, there we go. Same here. Get rid of that one because this one is the 90 degree we already have. Yoink. And then should be able to go in here. Do this one. Load. Literally just run around. Oh yeah, that sounds like an excellent idea. I think I need to start listening to my body and go do another nature call in a bit. But it seems to be screaming that old man syndrome has to be obeyed.
As always.
Yes. There we go. So the only thing left is small bits like this, which we're gonna fix with a half foundation instead. Just to make it easy on ourselves. Like that. And then I think that one's a bit annoying, so let's just move it. Problem solved. That's it. And I think for the fun of it, no, we're gonna do these as concrete. Just because we did the other ones as concrete, that one gonna be royal pain in the butt. Some of them will be. It's the nature of the beast. Literally. And yes, for some odd reason, retexturing things does drop me a few frames. Don't know why. Game certainly doesn't like it. Like, there we have it. Now the only issue is I have nowhere to get out, so I'm just gonna poke a hole right there. Like, 'cause then we can just put that back. And I just need to keep these somewhat on. They need to go. Technically speaking, I don't need to put these on yet because there's gonna be another 2 levels below, so I think I'm gonna share these again. You need to extend this, so these will have to wait. The ones at the front as well. Okay. Yeah, before I do the rest of this back wall, I'm gonna go have a quick nature call, so I shall be back shortly. Just gonna put this up here, because why not? Have a good cup of coffee, and I will be back shortly. All of a sudden I felt like a new man. I really should redo. Thank you very much. I really should redo my be right back and set it up to be an overlay game instead, I think. That was not a soup. That was a soup. get a slight gap texturing here on the back. That kind of breaks up the surface a little bit, so guess that's okay. Already placed there. Seasickness warning, I suppose, for those susceptible to that. Platforms in that place. Oh, actually, I don't need all of them. Let's get rid of this. Should make the inner part a little easier. There. Now I just need the game to stop resetting my keyboard. Actually, I think I'm gonna tackle the top here. I was thinking maybe I do something like this. That's not the right position, what's that? This. That's not the right angle. Oh, will you stop? Why are you being such a bitch right now? Stupid thing. Oh, right, yes. Need to do these from the back wall because I do need something to fill out this gap, which is gonna be the back wall pattern. So I will do this instead. Then I was thinking of doing that. Foundations of this guy on the back. So for that I am going to need to bring this wall up to here. And I can add the rest of it. Actually, let's do just 3. That'll give me the backside, then I can attach to that. Yes, okay. So let's do 3 more.
I shall be right back as well.
Only Tukoli. Yes, sounds like a good plan. Oops, wrong location. Location. Hit that one. Yep. And there. Right. This is still gonna be a major pain in the butt. Because I can't exactly place that 2-meter wall on the top here. 2-meter foundation is what I meant. So I think I'm going to do this instead. That should then let me attach the 2-meter foundation to the top of that wall. With a little luck, yes. Alright, cool. We shall do that then. And then instead of going back and forth yet one more time, I think I'm gonna try and see if I can remember to switch and do the last bit of wall while I'm doing the other one. I guess so. It's a lot of button clicking. Come to think of it, I really should do these top ones as the 1-meter ones instead. Do it that way. That would look a little better. The top of it. Okay. We're going around again. But at least the other one is going to be that much easier to do. Should have done these this way from the get-go, but you live and learn. There we go. That part of the job done. Now I just need to get back on the other side and put down a heck of a lot of these. So for that I'm gonna disable Zoop, because I definitely do not need things to be zooped here. Because here I need these to attach individual wall pieces here. And apparently I'm out of range of power now. That's gonna be interesting. Seems I got into a better position here. Place these. And now I'm out of sync again. There we go. There. There, and final one here. There we go. Then I can grab this guy and get the 4-meter one.
Repeat,
Welcome back. Yes, I just need these to line somewhat up.
Right, on with the belt building.
On with the belting.
We get some there, we get some there.
Oh yes.
2 modules left to do.
Nice. Very nice.
Another one of them tedious but it needs to be done jobs.
Yes. interesting looking when get them done. Right now the game is being a total asswipe. Not wanting to place these where I need them to. And flipping the thing every time. Certainly doesn't make for speed building, that's for sure. I need you there. But at least the game is being consistently inconsistent.
Apologies to everyone if I seem a bit slurry. One, I'm quite tired. Two, I'm in lots of pain right now. Medical conditions. And three, I've just taken very strong painkillers.
It's all good.
So it excludes any dopey drowsiness from me.
Well, as long as I can still get to call you a derp, it's all good. And this last just doesn't want to go in there.
Call me a derp and I'll just call myself a potato.
I'm a potato.
Indeed.
I'm a potato.
I need some coffee. Wow.
Yes. Coffee is always required and needed. Why does it now?
Oh no, I mean like how much these feels like it feels right now. Oof. Yeah, so if you hear me snoring, just shout.
Okay, gotcha.
Basically.
So yeah, when it's suddenly miles away from here, it's because the game decided, oh, this needs to be turned. Like here. And here. And again here. Oh, that's because it wanted to snap to the side instead. Which it was not supposed to be doing. Funny how the game suddenly decides, oh, this needs to be auto-snapped in the opposite direction of what I've been doing so far. I really don't understand that auto-snapping at times. It just acts as if it has a life of its own.
Yes, thank you, Windows. I really wanted to put the tab out right then. Not.
I'm sure somebody has a reasonably good explanation as to why the game does this, but so far I haven't really seen or heard anything that explains why this stuff happens. It's a potato. I should probably have done the 2 meter foundations. Yes, I should. Okay, so gonna have to go back in and fix those at some point. No, we're just gonna paint these. Like that. And then I can go inside somewhere and see if I can fix up those 2 meter foundations there. Because they need to be concrete as well. Okay. Get in here. Get these painted up. That one didn't get painted. Miss any? Yep, we missed a few back here. Just because they stick out through pipe foundation thingy. We're gonna go through and paint all of that stuff from down here. Might as well do it while we're down here. Supposed to be painting. Thank you. It's like sometimes the game just does not want to let you paint parts of these. So I don't understand why it says they have been painted, because they have. Strange. See how this looks on the outside once we're done. Probably looks like a mixtape of something. That guy. Kind of hoping that they overlap each other sufficiently that it doesn't look all that strange. There's one there missing. That one. There we go. Right. That in place. This guy. So we do need to paint all of these as well. Apart from that, rest of it looks pretty good. So how does one fix this? I need to fix that by placing these in the opposite order. Honestly have no clue. So I can't get that one to align there. Need to align this guy there. But it's probably still gonna do wonky weird shit. Yep. This is unfixable. Annoying. It wouldn't be a problem if I just left all of this as plain concrete instead. I guess I could. Let's see, what's the concrete? What's the regular? Yeah. Just leave it as regular concrete then. Does look better than now. For some odd reason, the 2 meter foundations are not sticking through. What is weird? From here. Go away. Thank you. Alright, we will leave the top as is. Just put that on with, that's not a, I need a wall. Thank you. There. That's gonna be it. And the rest of it gets painted. And this place looks like $1 million.
Does look good.
Oh, the game thinks I need to get Spaceborne again. So annoying. That one. This one there. Sweet. Right, let's get the rest of this painted up. Which of course is not gonna happen while we're auto-saving. Oh yeah, that's gonna leave us with a bright top and a bright bottom. And then the rest of it is nice and dark. Yeah, we can definitely work with that. So tedious painting this stuff. Gonna have to be a little more precise hitting this. Otherwise I'm not gonna get that last little bit. Oh, what do you know? I found you're not supposed to be painted. Boink. Boink. There we go. Don't paint stuff that shouldn't be painted. I have to have a look at the front to see just how far down I went with stuff. Some of it may have to be painted back to the default concrete because of the foundations, but we shall address that later. As we like to say, that's a future me problem. few changes here. There. Wow. I can't believe this turned out this well. That looks freaking amazing. Definitely different from what we usually do. So now I just need to replicate all of that junk over here. Yep, that's gonna be interesting. Oh, right, I also need to run 3 separate cables over here. Because each of these 2 big arches need a separate on-off switch.
It's because they're different models, right?
Yes. I know it's gonna be a bit out of order putting module 1 in between the other 2, but lacking a few ideas on doing something different with the last few assemblers, so that's how it's gonna be. This looks pretty damn good. Yes, these will probably need to be repainted. And I'm gonna have to redo that curve all the way back there, get it all the way down. So that's gonna be interesting. Super ideally, we would run the output on this foundation right there instead. But I don't want to mess up with all the work that Lee has been putting in. So we're gonna funnel it together here.
You've got to come in and see in a bit.
Huh?
I said, which you've totally got to come in and see in a minute.
Oh yes, absolutely I do. Yeah, we're gonna cut the last little bit here and drop it down. Like that, because we actually needed to go down here. Then run across. That was a bit too far. There. Oops. Then, yes, I know that this here needs to be rounded like the rest of the building, but that's a little bit of additional stuff. Just gonna fill this in, then I'm gonna worry about that later. there was no snap point there yet.